Welcome to a playthrough of One-Eyed Likho.
Послушай древнее предание, и пусть оно прорастет в твоем сердце, словно зерно древней истины. Пусть этот росток знаний будет искрой, от которой разгорится великое пламя. В некотором царстве, в некотором государстве, в то время, когда люди еще верили, что поблизости живут странные духи, жил один кузнец. Кузнец.
Клевал.
Странно. Ты как, кузнец?
Чего тебе?
Да так. Или и привиделось чего? Слышишь или что?
Сон. Ворон в нем.
Ворона видел? Плохой сон. Да ты не думай, что там. А кто знает-то про будущее? То-то же. Я всегда говорю, что все это
Не там ты ответы ищешь.
Что?
Каждому чего-то не хватает. Даже тебе. Чего ты не знаешь?
Что я горя никакого не видал. Говорят, лихо на свете есть. Пойду поищу себе лихо. Ой,
добрый человек. Здравствуй.
Здравствуй.
Куда идешь?
Да вот, брат, все говорят, лихо на свете есть. Я никакого лиха не видал. Ну вот иду искать.
Пойдем вместе. Я хорошо живу, не видал лиха. Пойдем поищем. Тихо, как душно.
Кажись, верно идем. Ни зверя, ничего.
До сих пор тропу видно. Знаешь, я так пошел.
Как так?
Говорят, кто лихо узнает, тот получит все, что захочет. Только кому верить? Есть ли оно вообще? Вот ты веришь в лихо?
Ну, если бы знать. Вот и проверим.
А я верю. Иначе зачем идти? Знаешь, я пошел, чтобы сшить великий кафтан. Царь-кафтан.
Мастерство хочешь обрести?
Да, именно. Я бы и тебе сшил новый костюм. Вот выберемся, так и сделаю. Ты погляди, ворота какие. Пограничье какое-то.
Да.
И зачем ты ищешь его на самом деле?
Правда хочешь знать? Да все просто. От этой жизни серой спасение только на дне стакана. Сам знаешь. Я тебе говорил, мне привиделся ворон. В этом какой-то старый и забытый смысл. И я хочу его узнать.
Ну, Бог тебе в помощь. Господь Вседержитель, изба большая, одним окном горит.
Ночь. Некуда идти. Найду, как внутрь зайти.
Ага, я тут подожду.
Нужен какой-то предмет. Идолы поганые. Ворон. Вот и ключ к избушке.
Ну как, нашел что?
Похоже, ключ от избы. Пойдем.
Ладно, я следом.
Чесало для шерсти. Похоже на корабль. Калики. Что за чертовщина такая? Печать какая-то, что ли? Ну, пусть дальше лежит. Этим смогу из печи что достать. Лихоманки проклятые. Чудище какое-то. Зыбка с нечистой силой. Надо выжечь ее по добру, по здорову. Глаз выкалывает. Здесь нужен не выйдет без подходящего предмета. Мне она не нужна. Глаз на нем.
Милая избушка.
Чё ты, портной?
За мной тоже дверь закрыла.
Ночь.
Знаю, некуда.
Oh, whoops. We were talking and you couldn't hear it. Like, you do want one. The old ovens, they have some charm, right? You know what we want in an apartment for ourselves? A 50s fridge, like 50 US 50s style fridge. I can't afford most stuff, but maybe such a fridge would be possible.
Алтарь какой-то. Мастерская работа.
Odysseus and his fellow travelers arrived on an island of fierce cyclops and descended into the cave of Polyphemus, who was known for his incredible cruelty. That one-eyed monster captured the intruders, accusing them of violating the laws of hospitality. He lifted a stone of enormous size and trapped them inside cave along with his flock. Very soon the ogre began devouring the captives, two at a time. Od- 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 Odysseus, perceptive and cunning, abandoned the desperate idea of killing Polyphemus in his sleep, realizing that doing so would leave the exit from the cave inaccessible. And the king of Ithaca, skilled in all arts, devised a cunning plan. He and his fellows made a sharp stake out of Polyphemus' enormous club. Odysseus offered Polyphemus strong wine, thereby lulling the Cyclops into a false sense of security. As soon as he fell into deep sleep, Odysseus and his loyal companions heated the stake in the fire and plunged it into the ogre's single eye. Maddened by pain and rage, blinded Polyphemus began letting the sheep out to pasture. Odysseus instructed his men to tie the animals together in trees and hide beneath them. He himself clung to the belly of Polyphemus' favorite ram. Thus unnoticed by the blind monster, they escaped from the cave.
Что за книга? Почему она здесь? Да и где я сам? Чертовщина какая-то. Пахнет морем, океаном. Все это в подполе?
That's how we would describe you as well, Multi. You're somewhat old-fashioned, yeah.
Остров. Лихо где-то там. А портной, может, и к лучшему, что он с ним не повидается.
Mistress of the animals, I knew there dwelled a one-eyed goddess in the underworld. Only those who reached her temple and passed her trials were able to seek her indulgence. Followed the spirits, and I dreaded meeting her. What gifts could the mistress of the animals give me? Skill in the hunt, magical dance moves, witchcraft. I craved those gifts, and I feared them.
На курьих ножках.
Might as well dress as officer with a cane. That would be sick, Multi. That would be sick. Dress very old-fashioned with like some very old-fashioned suit, tie, and a cane and something like that, you know. That is style.
А вот и лодка. На ней доберусь.
Mortuary. The passage. I stepped into the belly of that eerie hut, and just like that, I found myself at the threshold of worlds. Our road now led through the land of the dead. straight to the one-eyed mistress of the animals in her ancient sanctum. Knowing what was coming didn't come, I fear. Up ahead, the island of the dead awaited, where the living passed even deeper into the underworld, and only one path led there. Why not do it, Multi? If you can't afford it, that's fine, but otherwise...
Не пойму, что тут. Чудской узор.
The Chud people. It's the symbol of the Chud people. Yeah.
Похоже, этот замок удерживает лодку. Four, 5, 3, 2. Страница в ту книгу узорчатую.
The third voyage. Sinbad and his fellow travelers arrived at a remote island where they discovered a mysterious house of an ogre. The ogre's eyes blazed with fire, and he was black and monstrous. The creature grabbed the fattest of his visitors, broke his neck, and roasted him on a spit. The rest he locked inside of his house. They spent 2 days in this house, and during that time the ogre devoured 2 more. On the third night, Sinbad and his companions heated 2 spits and thrust them into both of the monster's eyes. Blinded, the ogre was unable to find his captors and left the cave. Sinbad and his companions followed him out and made their way to their rafts. The ogre finally found them with the help of his ogress, but the sailors had already set sail from the shore. The monsters hurled stones at them, and most of the sailors perished. Sinbad, however, managed to escape to another island with 2 of his fellows. Mistress of the animals, I knew there dwelt a one-eyed goddess in the underworld. Only those who reached her temple and passed her trials were able to seek her indulgence. I followed the spirits, and I dreaded meeting her. What gifts could the mistress of the animals give me? Still in the hunt. Magical dance moves, witchcraft. I craved those gifts. and I feared them. We don't fear anything, really. At this point, like, hi Seb, how are you doing? Thank you, Seb. Wish that was true. How are you doing?
Глаз.
The Island of the Dead. I reached the Island of the Dead, the great gate to the underworld. The Island of the Dead was full of sounds. They flowed like slippery molasses from the top of the Black Mountain, from the rotten womb of the grave. The creaking of thousands of spinning wheels droned like a hive of hungry insects. Each thread was glimmering gold. My thread was among them. I had to find it.
Ступы какие-то на земле. А там что, ворота? Нужно что-то запихать в эту ступу. Марк. Он воюет? Лука. Поля пустые. Матфей. Но он мертвый. Иоанн. Не спас от лихорадок. Так просто эту статую не снять. Выкалывают глаз. Орел. Посмотрим, отворит ли этот Иван ворота.
Many-headed beast guards the gates. Okay, just hot and tired. Yeah, feel that. When we turn off the AC, then we're also hot and tired. Now we're nicely temperated and tired.
Одноглазый, что ли?
Happy to have you here right now. Okay, we don't sound happy, but just imagine we would be. Helpers, I looked around and I saw the dead. They were still following the same path and I was following them. But now I saw that none were traveling alone. Each was accompanied by a spirit in the form of an animal or a bird. I felt their power. It was both the power of the dead and the power inherited from their ancestors. I saw a thin, almost invisible connecting line between each shade and its helper. It was as if they were bound forever. It was getting close to the underworld.
Дурной лев какой-то. Я же вставлял эту статую. Чертовщина какая-то.
Oh, You could have made the solution 1312.
Еще одна страница.
You could have made the solution 1312. A fierce storm through the Draka longship of the warrior king Rolf into a lonely deserted island. Towering over them was a gloomy house with only a giant bed and a giant sword inside. Rolf immediately guessed that it was an ogre's dwelling, and he decided to protect some of his men by sending them back to the ship. He and the rest of his companions stayed behind to wait. Soon a huge ogre came in with a dead polar bear slung over his shoulder. He dressed the carcass, roasted the meat over fire, and with a grin invited the guests to share the meal. Rolf and his companions refused. Then the ogre cried out that he would avenge the death of his brother who had fallen by Rolf's hand. He grabbed a red-hot iron rod and stabbed 2 of the king's companions mercilessly. And then he killed 2 more, leaving Rolf and his faithful brother Asmund for later. As night enveloped the island, the ogre fell asleep. Rolf struck the wall 3 times. At the first blow, the ogre woke up and grumbled, "Who dares to disturb my sleep?" The second blow only made him roll over. Rolf struck for a 3rd time, but the ogre was in a deep sleep. Rolf took the giant sword and pierced the ogre with it, while Asmund blinded him with a red-hot iron rod. The blinded ogre tried to grab them, but collapsed and broke down the door of his house. Rolf and Asmund took heavy clubs and ended the life of the exhausted ogre.
Нужно что-то запихать в эту ступу.
Wait, did we not get the thing? Again.
Зачем ты его разбудил? 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 Зачем ты его разбудил?
О, Господи Иисусе! Заклинило. А? Где это я? Уй. Господи, как выбраться отсюда? Ой, зараза! Господи, что за запах? Ох ты, черт! Сила нечистая.
The golden thread, did I come here of my own will, or was it destiny? My golden thread was glinting with a myriad of sparks, sizzling as if I had eaten spicy food. Okay. Oh God, someone shoot us. Sizzling as it measured out my fate. Those corpses I followed had threads of their own, and they walked the same path. The golden thread was blindingly bright, chaining me in place. I couldn't break its hold to enter the temple of the goddess. I needed to escape those chains somehow. The buried are born anew. Oh, please don't. Just bury us and forget about us. Like, we're not interested in coming back. Foo, foo, foo. Never have I smelt a Russian spirit. Never have I seen one here before. Foul Russian bone. What's this inside my temple? What is that foul smell? Just like the living fear the smell of the dead, so do the dead recognize the living by their smell.
Пустая башня.
Dolls. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, it must be 1, 1, 3, 7.
Заполняется книга-то. Дальше вся книга пустая.
There lived a man who knew no evil, but he often heard misfortune and evil spoken of. So decided to set out in search of it, no matter the cost. He took his bag on his shoulders and went. What do you want? I want evil. That's what we're looking for right now as well. If we can't find what we're looking for, then why not evil? Evil is here. So he walked and walked, and he saw an iron castle beside a wood surrounded by a palisade of human bones tipped with skulls. He came up to the castle. He entered the upper room, and there was a huge corpulent giant who lay with his head on the pukut and his feet on the stove. The bed under him was made of human bones. Likho it was, with Zlitny, Woz, and Joba hair sitting around him. Likho gave the man a human head, entreating him to eat, but Likho himself was blind. Pukut is the area below the icon corner where religious icons are displayed in the home. Interesting. The guest took the head and put it under the bench. Supped well? Likho asked. Well enough. Where art thou, O weary head? Under the bench. The guest was seized with hot and cold chills. Eat it, good man. You'll be tastier for me this way. He took the head and hid it in his bosom. But Likho asked, Where art thou, O weary head? Near the stomach. So he ate it then, Likho thought. Now it's your turn. The guest took his chance and ran away. The iron door creaked. Likho heard the noise and screamed, Get him now. He had already passed out of doors when he lost his right hand, on which the door slammed, whereupon he exclaimed, Here's misfortune, sure enough.
игрушка какая-то. Мне ни к чему. Здесь что, дети были?
The imprisoned children, I traveled on among a flock of shadows. I was starting to grasp the ancient rite, but still wasn't ready to comprehend its majestic fullness. Before entering the dark forest, everyone had to undergo certain preparations. I saw shades imprisoned, put into dungeons and towers where no sunlight could reach. Without light, the mind is filled with the shadows of one's forefathers, merged into strange chimeras. Each was unique, but similar in form, all with the heads of animals. The chimeras led the way, they are the helpers. I saw mine, and I followed it. Fine. Eagle. Bull.
На окнах резные узоры. Пусто. На окнах резные узоры. Пустая башня.
Nothing, like there's no button or anything to change the object, or you know what we're supposed to look for.
На окнах резные узоры.
Okay, and what is it we do?
Пустая башня. На окнах резные узоры. Ох, сила бесовская. Я вас не трогаю. Опять вы.
Это ты! Скорее, кузнец! Нужна помощь! Скорее! Я здесь! Кузнец! Это ты!
Портной, ты как?
Открывай эти чертовы ворота!
Да заклинило!
Тихо! Я слышу его!
Господи правый!
Don't lose your head in a situation like this.
О, Господи Иисусе! Паутина проклятая!
Головка-мотовка! Головка-мотовка! Ты его разбудил. Но чтобы выбраться, нужно спуститься еще ниже. За океаном лежит самое сердце Тридесятого царства.
Добираться туда надо сквозь чрево мертвеца. Смелее, кузнец. Схорони меня в колодец, а потом следуй за мной. Следуй за мной. За мной! Мой путь окончен. Зря я пошел по твоим стопам. Мне не воскреснуть. Но ты еще можешь. Кто ступил в темный лес, не уйдет прежним. Выдержи его испытания. Реши загадки. Пройди сквозь чрево мертвеца. Умри и сам воскресни. И принеси огонь в мир живых. Но готов ли ты к великой жертве?
Ты как так вырос? Как говоришь-то вообще? Тебя ж лихо сожрало.
Мы уже давно по ту сторону. За порогом избы все не так, как ты привык. Сам убедишься. Я приведу тебя в храм. В нем ты найдешь врата к огненной реке.
Зубы деревянные. Гниль.
The devouring. It's not enough to reach the land of the dead and pass the trials. We needed a special magical power. We had to grasp the knowledge we had gained in the faraway stardom and try not to lose it along the way. That is why all the shades had to go through the valley of the dead man on the way to the underground halls of the mistress. It is how they became one with their helpers and were able to retain that magic even when they were back in the land of the living. I was following the path of the original rite. We do enjoy burning his finger. What's the code this time? One, 1, 2, 1. That can't be it. 3, 1, 2, 1.
Новое предание.
Once there were 60 of us bandits. One day we were riding across the steppe. Suddenly it was pouring rain. On a hill we saw a huge horse skull. We all rode into the skull and took shelter in it. It was at the very edge at the entrance because I was the weakest of all. I was. Suddenly I saw a giant galloping across the steppe on a red horse. As he galloped, he grabbed hills and tossed them up. When he was close, I jumped out of the skull, got on my horse, and galloped away. At the same time, the giant grabbed the hill with a huge skull and threw it up to the sky along with my bandit friends. They all died. Everyone died, they all died. I ran my horse as fast as I could, but the giant reached out his hand, took me, put me on an iron spit, built a fire, and hung me up to roast. Then he fell asleep. I jumped off the spit. The giant's red horse neighed, but he woke only for a moment and went back to sleep. The horse neighed again. The giant shouted, "Why are you neighing and disturbing my sleep?" He struck him with his whip and fell asleep again. Then I took the red hot spit from the fire and plunged it into the giant's heart. He jumped up and cried out, "Where is my leopard running through the mountains? Where's my golden eagle soaring in the sky? Where's my whale swimming in the sea?" And he fell down dead. The golden eagle came at me from the sky. It snatched a piece of meat of me, started pecking at it. The leopard came from somewhere and pounced on the meat too. The golden eagle threw the rest of it into the sea. A whale grabbed this piece. Meanwhile, I had a chance to hide and survived. I've been living here since then. Among the spirit helpers, there was one who stood apart, not in appearance, but in the sheer might of magic drawn from his master. This was the helper who guided all through the between worlds. It was the one who aided them through the trials. It was he who could have weaved the threads of life into living fleece, a cloak that would offer a way out of here, back to the land of the living.
Запустение. Портной.
Это ты, кузнец?
Слушай, что-то пошевелиться не могу. Видно тебя, нет?
Портной, оно тебя схватило. Убрало до головы.
Ну-ка, погодь. Так, святые кудели, где мои ноги? Где руки?
Тише. Глядишь, подлечим тебя и...
Подлечим? Подлечим? Что тут лечить-то? Боже! Как я теперь? Голодно как-то. Гляди, вон там паук спрятался. Тащи его сюда.
А что ты с ним...
Да так, погляжу. Давай, что тебе? Потом мы поговорим.
Даже опора порушилась.
Надо его выманить. Вон он, вон он. Вон он бежит.
Господи Иисусе! Что?
Yeah, we have now Spider Sailor.
Ишь, понесли, родимые.
Ох, паучьи ноги отросли.
Теперь заживем. А то все щеки охромину поотбил.
Сколько ж это тут все стоит забытое?
Знаешь, что это за храм-церквушка?
Его храм. Лихо этого. Или того, чем оно было раньше.
Ну, кто бы рассказал, не поверил бы.
Видишь тот рычаг?
Попытаемся. Вон тут лаз есть паучий. Будто всю жизнь жуком бегал. Пауки тоже своего рода портные. Руки помнят, так сказать. Ух ты, черт! Ну вот, рычаг отвалился. Если что, это была твоя придумка. О, это трапезный называется. У меня дед дьяком был. Перекусить хочешь?
Может, и стоит подкрепиться.
Ну, как от снега откопаешь. Вон там выход из храма. Похоже, заперто.
I found myself in the faraway Tsardom, the land of the dead. But could it have been otherwise after all I'd been through? I learned the ancient rite and found my helping spirits. They contained my power, and I held power over them. I looked back and remembered how difficult it had been to reach the temple. I had been buried on the island of the dead, my golden thread severed, and passed through the belly of the dead man. That had been only the beginning, and there were new trials ahead.
Здесь нужен подходящий пред... Не выйдет. Ладная ковка. Ай, нужна какая-то вещь.
Yeah, this guy definitely knows more than he has shown. Yeah.
Вот и западные врата. За ними путь домой. Только примерзло все.
Могу костер тут развести или еще что.
Лед непростой. Так просто не сойдет. Погоди-ка. Есть одна мысль. Мы можем растопить огненную реку. Пойдем. Ого! А это что? Гляди-ка, железные сапоги.
It's a Syrian father. How we do know this shit?
Тут выход из храма. Все льдом покрылось. Есть у меня мысль, как нам его растопить. Ты ведь со своим огнем пришел, так? Как готов будешь, пойдем обратно. Туда, где паука выловили. Храм промерз. Но, думаю, мы еще сможем выбраться. Под ним среди корней вековечного дерева течет огненная река. Как ее растопим, растает и выход из храма.
Портной, а ты знаешь-то это все откуда?
Да как же? А и действительно, откуда? Вот этого не знаю.
Здесь нужен предмет, здесь нужны какие-то предметы. Не рычаг, посох. Тяжелый, зараза.
Haven't tried that one. Oh, it's 0, not 7. Why did we go 7? They mean total with like the drawing and the apples on the.
Посмотрим, что тут.
What a great puzzle. One girl went to Kiev to pray to God, so she had to walk through a very thick and dark ravine. It went on for ages. Then she saw two people riding. When they got closer, the girl noticed they were no people but dog-headed men, and they had one eye each, right in the middle of their foreheads, above their noses. She was scared. The dog-heads asked her, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to pray to God. You'd better come and serve us." The girl refused, so they took her by force and brought her to a dugout in the forest. They took her underground and went down for a long time. The floor was covered with blood and bones everywhere, and in the middle of the dugout was a lion on a chain, snapping his jaws. They brought the girl into a room. There were cages made of stakes in one corner, with people crowded inside, peering through the stakes. There was a stove in the other corner, and an old grandfather, also dog-headed, was sitting by the stove warming up cauldrons of boiling water. All around the cages were candy wrappers and nutshells. Dog has fed the people candies and nuts to fatten them up. The two dogheads left the girl with the grandfather and left again. Before leaving, they'd ordered the grandfather to pour boiling water over the girl, but she'd overheard them. The grandfather put down a plate for the girl and she started eating. She ate to the bottom of the plate where she saw a man's hand lying there, so she threw her spoon away. She noticed the water was boiling and said to the grandfather, "Let me take the cauldrons out of the stove. You are old and may not be able to handle it." For a long time, the grandfather refused to let her take them out, but he finally relented. The girl took out one cauldron and poured it on the grandfather, and then another one, so he was cooked on the spot. Then the people who were sitting silently in the cages rejoiced and said, "Well, let us out too, and we shall flee." The girl released them, and they began coming out of the dugout. The lion rushed at them, but they each threw him a piece of meat. He ate the meat, and the people went out unharmed. So they ran. They came across a stump by the road. The women and girls each took off a piece of clothing, a skirt, a corset, beads, a shawl, and dressed it up as a girl, and then ran away. They ran out of the forest and went to Kiev on a pilgrimage, but the dogheads were coming back with more people they'd caught. They saw a girl all dressed up, came up to her and realized it was a tree stump. The dogheads then took the clothes and drove the people to the dugout, saying to one another, "We need to go back again and look for whoever left those clothes in the forest. There was someone there, no doubt." When they arrived and entered the dugout, they saw the grandfather scalded with boiling water and the empty cages. Then they gave chase. They searched and searched, but found no one. Believe it or not, but that was the truth.
Даже опора порушилась.
Эй! Кузнец, молодец! Вот эту дверь не сковала льдом. Но до нее не доберемся, пока не расчистим снег. Нужно его как-то растопить.
Сможешь ту утварь столкнуть?
Нет, не дотянуться.
Сможешь ту церковную утварь скинуть?
Так, погоди-ка. По камням, потом здесь, по доскам. Скажи, как отойдешь в сторонку, чтоб не зашибло. Скажи, когда утварь скидывать. Поберегись! Ну вот, путь открыт. Осталось найти печать. Видишь углубление в виде солнца?
Орла выкармливают.
Oblivion, the shades of my fellow travelers worship the goddess. I saw them coming to the temple from all over the world, from every corner of the land of the living, from every age, almost every age. I saw no one else like me. I realized the temple and the rite had been forgotten. The north wind and the ice had locked up the ancient sanctum. No one remembered the mistress of the animals, and she had changed along with the temple. The magnificent eye of the ogres had become hazy. Desperation gave way to the lethargy, however you pronounce it, and then to madness. I would have to undertake the trials. Would I be able to travel the path?
Вот каково оно, лихо. Орла выкармливают.
Дверь запечатана чем-то. Посмотри в трапезной. Может, там что найдешь?
What is a refectory?
Это на чью ногу-то такое? Ага, еще одна сказка.
Fyodor Burmakov. Nobody knows whether Fyodor Burmakov was on a long walk or a short one, but at the end of it he came out into a clear field and saw a huge house, too small for a town, too big for a terem, but something in between. Then he heard something, a bogatyr arriving at the house, letting his horse into the stable and entering the hut. Terem, a large rich house, a warrior of immense strength, courage, and bravery. The name derives from the Turco-Mongolic bogatyr hero. Fyodor Burmakov got up from the stove, came closer to the bogatyr, and bowed low. "Hello to you, crooked Luka the bogatyr, General Sir." "Well, Fyodor Burmakov, while you're here, you have to heal my eye." "I can do that, all right. You warm up to the stove and give me some tin and screws, and I'll scratch your arms and legs to the screw your arms and legs to the foot so you don't flinch while I heal your eye." He gave Fyodor Burmakov everything. Fyodor screwed the bogatyr to the floor, warmed up the stove, heated the tin, and held it above his eyes. Opened both eyes, he poured the tin into his good eye and ran out to the street. Crooked Luka jumped up, tore off the screws, ran out into the street, but he could not see the light of day. He roared, "Let there be an iron hedge around my house." Fyodor Burmakov was trapped in the yard with no escape, but Luka had some goats roaming around the hedges. Catching a goat, he killed and skinned it, but didn't cut off the head. And he threw the skin over himself and put the head over his own. He stood on all fours and charged at Luka, headbutting him in the ass. Luka grabbed the goat's horns and threw him over the edge. Fyodor Burmakov shouted, "I am sorry, Luka the bogatyr." Well, Fyodor Burmakov, since you've bested me, take my bright copper saber," and he threw it into the field. "Take it." Fyodor Burmakov approached the saber and considered, "Well, should I take the saber with my hand or try it with my little finger first?" He tried it with the finger. The finger got stuck. Well, he started crying as he didn't know what to do. But then he took a penknife out of his pockets and cut off his little finger at the joint. Then he went to hide out in the hills. Crooked Luka came running and grabbed the saber. "You're a lucky one, Fyodor Burmakov, escaping and all, but beware, I have a beloved sister there down the road." That is such a weird story. We don't know what the goal there is. That's the thing we need, but we can't get to it for some reason.
Об такой зубы поломаешь. Ладная ковка. Надолго хватит. Хороший металл. У него хлеб в руках. Глаз выжжен.
Ага, неплохо, кузнец. Теперь пойдем к корням храма. Видишь, у всех икон образа повыдраны. Дикость какая. Видишь, какие корни?
От какого-то дерева могучего.
Да, дерево непростое. У его корней текла огненная река.
Первый раз такие корни вижу. Все в узорах.
Говорю же, необычное дерево. И вот тебе дуб зеленый.
The temple. I finally reached the great temple for the trials. It gleamed with gold, blinding me and my fellow travelers. Beside the temple, I saw a towering tree whose mighty branches connected all the worlds. But I saw something else too. Something I did not understand then. Clouds were gathering outside, bringing the cold winter wind with them. The cold and unforgiving snow was falling on the gold, and its luster was dimming by the minute.
Что? Ого, ой.
Сила бесовская! Кажется, я его слышу! Прячься!
Господи правый! Нет, тут не пробраться.
Signs of death. We came to the land of the dead, and we could not return the same. I knew that one had to surrender something to pass. But what would it be? And what would I be able to give it? The shades whose path I followed were prepared. Each knew the price the faraway tsardom would exact from them, and for each the toll was unique. I saw lacerations, I observed severed fingers, I was shown mutilations and other signs of the land of the dead. The path would be revealed when a great sacrifice was made. Thank you, Cece. Thanks to you too, Cece. Even though they're soulless, but maybe that means something.
Спичками не получится. Надо что-то другое. Спичками не получится. Надо что-то другое.
Everything but 1312.
Не буду оставлять. Дальше вся книга пустая.
One-eyed Likho. Hopefully that was corrected this time. Once 4 boys met, 2 sons of a wealthy master and 2 sons of a poor man. The peasant boys said to the rich ones that they had never seen misfortune, that they should encounter any, they wouldn't survive. Rich boys grew defensive, saying that they could endure misfortune just as well as any. So the peasant boys said to the young masters, "If you can bear various disasters, then take some bread and go deep into the forest and walk there until you meet with some evil." Each side laid a wager of 10 rubles should the other forfeit. The next day, the wealthy children asked their father to let them go into the forest, but he would not allow it. The children snuck some bread and left in secret. They walked about 200 miles. At that point, the younger brother wanted to return home, but the elder refused, persuaded his brother to go on. They decided they had supplies and plenty of money, so they would go ahead. In the evening, they came across a hut in the deep forest with a roof covered with whole trees instead of planks. They went into the hut and saw many sheepskins. They thought it would be a good place to spend the night. Then the gate suddenly opened and a flock of sheep came in, followed by a man with one eye. Came into the hut, saw the 2 boys, and said, "Now I'll have 2 breakfasts. I'll eat one of you now and the other one in the morning." He took a knife and stabbed the younger brother, the one who'd wanted to turn back, and boiled and ate him. He kept watch over the elder brother so he wouldn't run away. sat at the threshold with a knife held in his hands. When night fell, the one-eyed man, Likho, fell asleep, and the boy decided to avenge his brother's death. He took a stake, sharpened it, and struck Likho right in his good eye. Likho jumped up and began to flail around the hut, cursing, but the boy easily kept hidden in the corners of the room. Likho could not find the boy and let him be until morning. In the morning, Likho sat at the threshold. The sheep would come up to him and he'd stroke them. The boy looked and thought, how can I escape Likho without being caught? He came up with the idea to put on a sheepskin and approach Likho while like one of the lambs. So he put on a sheepskin and came up to Likho. Likho stroked him and said, good lamb, I'll keep you for another year. He grabbed him by the skin, lifted him up, and threw him over the fence. The boy was overjoyed and yelled, here's a good lamb for you. Likho jumped, shouting, you scoundrel, come back. But the boy ran. Likho tried persuading him to stop and threw him a golden ring. Delighted, the boy slipped the ring on his finger, but as soon as he did, he found he could no longer run. Likho was getting closer. The boy was frightened, but he couldn't get the ring off. Without hesitation, he took out his jackknife and cut off his finger along with the ring, dropped it, and ran. Well, your god is happy now. One-eyed Likho's screams followed him. The boy wrapped his hand with grass and went home. When he saw his parents, he was very happy and told them everything that happened. The next day, he went to the children of the poor man and told them the story too. He took the deposit and said, well, now I've seen evil and misfortune, and I know how hard it is for a poor man to live and endure various disasters. Oh, shit. We wondered why our AC wasn't doing anything for quite a while, and it's because that fucking thing just fell out of the window again. I have no way to fucking like fix it there. It's just uh, yeah. Okay,
Кажется, тупик. Закрыто. 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 Серп. Ой, нет, не отцепить. До рычага не достать. Какой-то замок. Крепко держит. Эх, нет, не открыть. Перерубить.
Тихо.
Портной, как ты?
Потом. Выход за той запертой дверью. Видишь этот серп? Им замок на выходе можно перерубить.
Его эти проклятые веревки держат. Нужно их спалить к чертям.
Открою решетки. Поищи там, что горючее. Ага, вижу рычаг. Сейчас. А ну здесь. Прячься.
Эту веревку сжег. Эту веревку сжег.
Yeah, her voice is well done.
Эту веревку сжег.
Кузнец, молодец. Кузнец.
Этим отцеплю те замки. Господи правый!
Кузнец, ты как?
Портной!
Живой! Давай, пойдем. Вот они, застречные корни мирового древа. Нам к тем корням. Под ними течет огненная река. Если сможем ее растопить, тогда и храм растает. Не зря спички взял, как считаешь?
Тогда и выберемся отсюда, так?
Посмотрим. Но, думаю, у Лиха еще найдутся для тебя испытания.
The world tree, with its wide boughs and mighty trunk, the world tree stood between the faraway tsardom and the land of the living, its root clawed deep into the abode of the dead, while its bark offered a means of escape from the temple. I looked to the mighty tree, and desperation crept over me as I saw the ruthless frost covering it in ice. Leaves were raining down, the ground roaring and shaking beneath my soles. But cold gripped my heart. Will the ice close off the path between the worlds? I wondered.
Огненную реку сможем растопить вон там, куда лестница ведет. Или можем сначала здесь осмотреться? Шли прочь, кыш! Друзья по артели, так сказать.
Скоро заполню книгу.
The blinding of one-eyed Yaga. Once upon a time there lived an old man and his old wife. They had a son, Ivan. He went to pick mushrooms in the forest and got lost. There was a hut, so he said, "Oh, a hut on chicken legs. Turn your eyes to the forest hut. Turn your front to me." So he went into the hut. Inside were many sheep, and it was warm. In he went and lay down by the stove. Then Baba Yaga came in on bony legs, and she said, "Ah, no Russian smell has ever been smelled here before. I smell it now." He said, who is it? Ivan is the name. What you do? I walk and I forge. He said, "I've a crooked eye, so make me a new one." He got up from the stove and tied her up with a rope, and he burned her good eye instead. So she started swearing, "I'm not letting you out, you heretic." Then she sat on the threshold to guard it. "This will be the end of you." In the morning she began to let the sheep out of the hut to feed them. He sat and sat. Then he noticed her fur coat hanging on a pin. He turned the coat inside out and donned it. Started running like a sheep. He grabbed him by the wool and threw him out of the hut. He escaped, threw off the fur coat, and went home. Baba Yaga sat and sat on the threshold, and then she said, "Now you're hungry and lost, and I won't let you out." She started looking for him in the hut. She searched and searched, but couldn't find him. He went out and found the coat underfoot. She said, "The fool escaped. I must have thrown him out instead of a sheep, methinks." It is the end. Oh. The world tree, with its wide boughs and a mighty trunk, the world tree stood between the faraway tsardom and the land of the living. Its root clawed deep into the abode of the dead, while its bark offered a means of escape from the temple. I looked to the mighty tree, and desperation crept over me as I saw the ruthless frost covering it in ice. Leaves were raining down, the ground roaring and shaking beneath my soles. Cold gripped my heart. Will the ice close off the path between the walls? I wondered. Forgot to press the record button, maybe, or it ran out. We don't know. One of those. Out of space, because sometimes the compression just doesn't work very well, and then it fills the not very big SSD like very quickly. And we don't know.
Тот серп, которым ты замок разрубил, он непростой. Что-то я про него слышал, да не упомню, что именно. Не потеряй. Чувствую, он еще пригодится. Это твой ключ к тому, чтобы сбежать от лиха. Гляди вниз.
The river flowed by the roots of the world tree, giving it its power, a river as scorchingly hot as the hottest flame of the forge. The river's flame went up from the roots to the branches, from the branches to the leaves, and throughout the leaves to all the walls. I saw the shades that had successfully passed the trials moving through the molten flow and returning to their walls in triumph. But the north wind had frozen the river of fire. It was now covered with ice, and I had no spark to ignite it.
У нас под ногами замерзшая огненная река. В ней какие-то идолы вмерзли или что там. Сможешь поджечь их?
Нет, сначала надо растопить реку.
Ага, горит.
Снова храм. Гляди, все оттаяло.
Ага. Надеюсь, церквушка устоит безо льда.
Запустение. А это что за ворота?
Храм и вправду изменился. Ой, Лихо нас так просто не отпустит.
Жутко как-то. Так не пойдет. Камень расколот.
Смотри, тут круги на вратах того же размера, что и та печать с солнцем.
Какой-то кусок иконы. Мне туда не добраться. А можешь достать вон ту штуковину?
Кусок иконы. Конечно, конечно. Фу, держи.
Святой какой-то. Вот каково оно, лихо.
An ancient rite. I strained to hear the whispering of the shades, the black treacle of my predecessors' ancient rites, their secrets. Everything was connected to this rite, forgotten, sealed away behind half-truths and I was starting to comprehend. Was this temple the one from all the tales? I wanted to get to the bottom of this rite and spread the word about it to every corner of the world. I reached the land of the dead through the dark forest. He's testing me now, but this is not the end. I need the words of the ancient incantation. I need to taste the godly sustenance. The mistress of the animals must close her eyes so her stare can't burn away new threads of life. I had to escape and make the great sacrifice. Only then would I be able to live.
Это от образа кусок. Не-а, не подходит. От иконы кусок. Не-а, не подходит.
Why?
Сколько же лет этой книге?
That was. That was.
Дальше вся книга пустая.
Ivan. Oh god, 10 pages again. Ivan Tartagen. And so she came out and said, "Well, you tricked." We don't know how to pronounce that. "You tricked me, the first snake maiden. If you ride by, go to see Grandpa Crooked Bogatir. So I sent my regards. Okay, I'll go and see him." And he arrived at that place, left the ship, and went to see the Crooked Bogatir. The Crooked Bogatir was having lunch, a whole roasted bull, and a cauldron of water in front of him. "Hello, Grandpa Crooked Bogatir." "Oh, Ivan Tartagen, how are you here? Where has God brought you?" "I came to visit you. The first fierce snake maiden sends her regards. She says her father had a gluttonous cow. He would eat a haystack and drink a vat of water all at once. You're too young, Ivan Tartagen, to laugh at me like that. Forgive me, Grandpa Crooked Bogatir, but I was joking. Well, never mind. Sit down to lunch with me." So he sat and ate, for he couldn't refuse. He realized he was in a pickle. There was no escape. "I reckon, Grandpa, you want to see with both of your eyes?" "I certainly do. It would be better to see with both of them." "I can cure you. You'll see with both of your eyes soon. Do you have any tin?" "Why, sure I do." Ivan Tartagen melted the tin. "I need to tie you to the stake now." So he tied him to a stake in the middle of the yard. "Turn around now." The Crooked Bogatir turned around, and the ties broke. "This won't do. You should be tied with straps of old walrus hide. Do you happen to have some?" He found them. Ivan tied him up and told him to turn around. The old man turned around. The straps held tight. Ivan took the tin, melted it, and poured it into his good eye. "Ah, Ivan Tartagen, you deceived me, but no, you won't go. Hold the doors, keep the gates, and mind the fences." Ivan Tartagen tried and realized there was no way to go. The old man had some sheep, so Ivan went to them and tied himself up under the belly of a ram. Crook Bogatir walked around looking for Ivan Tartagen, but he couldn't find him anywhere. So the crooked one cried out, "Oh, my lamb, come here." Sheep came up to him one by one, and he would stroke them. And Ivan pinched his ram on the side so it butted the Bogatir with its horns. "You're playing tricks on me, ram." And the ram went in circles. The crook Bogatir got angry, took it by the horns, and threw it over the fence into the street. Slightly hurt, Ivan Tartagen untied himself, lay still for a while, got up and said, "Well, goodbye, Grandpa Crook Bogatir." "Ah, you tricked." Again, we have no idea. Like, we're not used to consonants in that way. It's Orinich, then as a last name at least. "You tricked the fierce snake maiden, now you've tricked me, the cooked Bogatir, as well. If you go through the forest, there's a saber there. Take it. It will do you good." Ivan Tartagen came to the forest and saw the saber swaying in a tree. He thought, something might happen if I take it. He touched it with his little finger, and Grandpa Crooked Bogatir shouted, "Hold him in place." His finger was firmly stuck. Ivan Tartagen took out a knife and cut off his finger.
Раскачивается, как на ветру. Что-то не то. Нет, не сходится. Нет, так не получится. Не сходится. Печать от двери. Не-а, так не пойдет. Что-то не то.
Посмотрим, что осталось от этого храма. Хотел бы я на него посмотреть, до того, как его льдом заморозило. Бес его знает, куда раньше вели эти двери. Может, во владении тех зверей с резьбы? Поди узнай.
The connection between worlds, imprisoned in the merciless ice and snow, the temple was growing dark. I felt the old memories of gleaming gold slipping away, replaced by the overwrought iron of the present. But the iron was rusting, just as the gold had faded and the ancient murals crumbled to dust. Why? Was all this really beyond the power of the timeless faraway tsardom to withstand? No, that wasn't it. I realized that this ice of oblivion was to blame for destroying the entire world, from the roots up to the very last leaf of the ball tree.
Вот она, огненная река. Через нее можно перебраться только по мосту, что перед храмом. По камням не перескочишь. Ты пока осмотрись. Я тут подожду.
Паутина. Образа святые. Овечий череп. Кирпичи. Нет, не вытащить.
Думаю, смогу до нее добраться по трубам.
Нет, не так.
Ну, попробуем достать печать. Так куда мне направиться?
Справа лежит овечий череп.
Понял. Что дальше?
В трубе снизу вижу несколько образов.
Понял. Куда прикажешь?
В сторону паутины.
Вижу. Отсюда только один путь. Чувствую верный. Встретимся у печати.
Отлично. Хватай печать и возвращайся.
С радостью. Давно пора.
Спасибо, портной.
Обращайся.
Не-а, не подходит.
Вот еще одна печать у нас. Так, глядишь, и отворим те ворота.
так не пойдет.
Четвертая печать должна быть здесь. Думаю, это самая старая часть храма. Гляди, какие узоры на стенах.
Чудные ворота. А это что за львы?
Один безмордый какой-то.
Death's Head. I saw a flock of helpers following the shades. Some were various animals, some dead people of ages past. Shades buried the restless dead, and I beheld countless graves. But this burial was a great blessing, for the second way to the temple was as fraught as the first. So the dead followed after the undertakers. A thankful corpse makes for a loyal and mighty helper.
Старинная роспись каких-то древних людей. Гляди, у той скульптуры голова львиная. Достанешь?
Хорошо, жди тут. Держи. Теперь нужно найти, чья это голова на самом деле.
Что-то не то.
Ишь, звезды ты как. Вот и последнюю печать отыскали.
Пора отворить те ворота. Ой, да твою же...
Сюда! Скорей!
Ой, да твою же...
За эту дверь! Скорее! Это его не задержит! Ой, сокровища!
Не до этого!
Быстрее! Открывай решетку! Мать! Лихо близко! Прячься!
Да погоди! Ой, черт!
No, we haven't said anything. Still depressed.
Как ты? Ох, не спрашивай. Пока что оно в заперти. Пойдем, проверим выход из храма.
Я видел, как оно запирало дверь.
Ничего, придумаем что-нибудь. Для начала осмотрим двери.
Вот ведь лихо скопило. Добраться можешь до того рычага?
Да тут лаз подходящий. Сей момент. Готово!
Одноглазый череп. Надо будет обсудить с портным в трапезной.
У черепа-то один глаз. Хорошо будет в трапезной смотреться. У черепа-то один глаз. Хорошо будет в трапезной смотреться. У черепа-то один глаз. Хорошо будет в трапезной смотреться.
Теперь до железного алтаря не добраться. Все развалилось.
Пойдем, осмотрим выход для начала. Эту дверь я тебе и потом открыть смогу в случае чего.
О, мужик овцой вырядился. Овчар какой-то. Вон овец стрижет.
Вот и врата. Открыть можешь?
Нет. Крепкая дверь. От лиха проклятая. На 3 замка затворила.
Крест, луна, солнце. Медный, серебряный, золотой. Ключи, стало быть, такие же нужны. Думаю, в храме должны быть запасные. Или погоди, может, сковать их? Ты ж кузнец.
Для этого форма нужна. Сделаю, если отыщем.
Тогда за дело. Что эти ключи искать? Может, просто с колокольни спрыгнешь? Тоже выход. Вроде и окна не заколочены.
Может, лихо веревку в храме припасло. Спущусь по ней.
Веревки-то, может, и есть. Только до них пока не добраться.
Thank you, Multi. Yeah. trying to be as fast as we can.
Пьют из этого, что ли? Может, портной знает? Спрошу в трапезной.
Yeah, that must be for drink. Oh yeah.
Добротно сделано.
Этому кубку место в трапезной. Как там будем, обсудим. Будь я лихом, я б тут ключи припрятал.
Это почему?
Место надежное. Ты у себя в кузнице давно на крыше бывал? Вот то-то.
Это такой же короб, как от сказок, только пустой. Поговорю с портным, как в трапезной окажемся. Интересно, что в этой будет.
A Muscovite was on his way home from military service. He found himself in the hut of a dog-headed man, but the dog-head was not at home. He was out tending his sheep. That Muscovite ate his fill and hid in the hut. The doghead soon drove the sheep back. He drove them into the yard, and then he went into the hut. As soon as he entered, he sensed that someone was in and started looking. He found him and said, "Well, now I'm going to eat you." But the Muscovite said, "Don't eat me. I'll give you your other eye since you only have one." The doghead said, "All right, put it in and you'll be good." So the Muscovite took an iron rod and heated it, and he blinded the doghead's good eye. The doghead began shouting and searching for him, but the Muscovite sneaked out into the yard and clung to the belly of one of the rams. The doghead started letting the sheep out of the yard, stood at the gate, and felt each sheep by hand. So he was touching them and saying, "Not this one, not here. Don't do anything wrong to the sheep, okay?" As soon as they were out, the Muscovite released the sheep and cried, "You can't get me," and he ran away home.
Ну вот, прибыли. Тут не пройти.
Погоди, может, под завалом что найдется? Ага, говорил же, вон рычаг.
Надо бы вон тот рычаг дернуть.
Это можно. Готово. Ага, ржавый механизм работает.
Это что за агрегат?
Мне почем знать? Уж не ткацкий станок.
Похоже, его запустить можно. Только деталь нужна.
Mistress of the universe, I saw that the mistress of the animals in all her glory. The shadows praised her, the animals all listened to her, from the smallest worm to the mighty lion, king of the animals. The temple was resplendent with her might, the sun rose over her right shoulder and the moon to her left. I understood she had power over many things, from the tiniest flecks of ash to the glimmering stars in the sky. I saw the mistress of the animals sunken in her oblivion. The walls of the temple were barren, the once regal halls overcome with rot and decay. The bright face of the goddess was distorted by madness. I was connected with her. I was everything else around us. We have lost her gifts, and she has lost her power. If only I could thaw the river of fire.
Месяц. Спичками не получится. Надо что-то другое. Так не пойдет.
Ну и странная штуковина. Никогда такую не видел. Диво!
Луны половина.
Очень странная штуковина. Никогда такую не видел.
Тут запчасти какие-то. Ой, не разберусь.
Последняя запчасть вон на той статуе. Я ее притащу, только скажи.
Мне бы вон тот предмет.
Доберусь, поди. Готово!
Часть Луны. Готово. Теперь понять бы, как эта штука работает.
Царство Иисусово! Небеса вращаются. Похоже, верно вращаешь. Вон, фонари зажигаются. Уже второй горит. Ага, вот и серебряный ключ. Говорил же, со мной не пропадешь и в храме Лиха.
The Smith has literally infinite matches. It's so bad, yeah. And our favorite thing to do with that is so funny. Look. Get roasted.
Так не пойдет. Что-то не то.
Говорил же, ключ тут спрятан. А ты все не верю, да не верю.
Я такого не говорил.
Но подумал. Плохого не посоветую, за тебя радею. Гляди, ключ висит на паникадиле. Как он туда попал?
Оно высокое, так? Может, ему сподручно на люстре ключ держать?
Ага, я тоже так думаю. Как добираться будем?
Давай-ка ползи по цепям, да и снимай его.
Нет, шатко слишком. Да и прицеплен, поди, крепко. Давай попробуем паникадила скинуть. Ага, работает. Нужно остальные цепи отрезать.
Бык, орел, ворон, медведь, дурной какой-то.
What numbers could this be? I don't know. This is 4. How do you read this? How? What? As what numbers? Oh, that one eye. We don't know as what we are supposed to read this. How many eyes they have? They have all 2 eyes, or 1 eye potentially. How many wings they have? That would then be just like 0, 2, 2, 0. That was it. Or do math somehow.
Может, тут подсказки, как с ним бороться? Дальше вся книга пустая.
Whoops. We do not have the breath to read the story. A long time ago it was, 3 old men boarded a raft and set off for the pilgrimage to Mecca. They had a kettle with them. They landed on one of the islands and made a bonfire out of their raft and boiled some tea. As they were drinking the tea, a huge old man suddenly appeared before them, a dev. He had a single eye in the middle of his forehead. The dev was seeing the wanderers for the first time, but he knew them all by name. Gatola, Garifula, Gabdullah, come pay me a visit, he called to them. What else could they do? They went to visit. The dev brought them to his place and locked them all in a stone shed. He decided to eat them one by one, for he was an ogre. He ate Gatola, for breakfast. He devoured Garifula for lunch. Gabdullah, he did not want to wait for his terrible fate. He made a hole in the shed and managed to get out. So he saw the dev lying asleep on his back near a burning stove with his belly out. Abdullah seized the moment. He took a red-hot frying pan from the stove and burned the dev's only eye with it. He quickly ran away. The dev rose up with a mighty roar and started chasing the old man, and they ran, oh how they ran. The dev, hanging lost his only eye, couldn't see a thing. Though he kept tripping and stumbling, he didn't fall behind. Before locking them in the shed, he had put on the finger of each prisoner a ring with a bell. He ran after the sound of this bell. He knew where Gabdullah was. He was just about to catch him. So Gabdullah took out a knife, cut off his finger along with the ring, and thus escaped. The deaf, left with nothing, shouted after the old man, "You're lucky, Gabdullah. Again, you managed to be rid of me." Gabdullah, a guy? We don't know what that... Maybe we read that wrong. Yeah, we're trying not to push too much. It's just, we don't know where a good point to cut is, to be honest.
Ага, 2 цепи отрезаны. Осталась последняя. Не подходит.
Падает! Гляди! Ключ отвалился! Пойдем вниз! Ну и шум от этого паникодила. Как бы лихо опять не объявилась.
And they say you play through this game in 2.5 hours.
Боишься, и голову сожрет?
Мне-то что? За тебя сердце болит. Ну, может, сердце и не болит, но волноваться за тебя волнует. Ключ упал где-то между колоннами. Пойдем. Нравится мне эта трапезная. Уютная такая. Располагает к беседе. Захочешь что-нибудь обсудить? Милости прошу за стол. Вот здесь подходящее местечко.
We should pick up the key.
Золотой ключ. Солнце ясное.
To be fair, we do feel sometimes like poking someone's eyes out, but let's say when it comes to drawings on the wall, that is rarely ever our thought.
Первый замок открыт. Говорил, второй замок открыт.
Oh, here we were. Wait. We needed one more key. This time we are recording. Not like last time. Come, stand still. Stand still. Ah, damn. Still. How far away are you? We find it funny that they even gave that a reaction. We wouldn't even have thought they would do that. Like... We think it was... What did that do? Oh, 5891. Okay. We don't know why we didn't catch on to that last time, but maybe we were so depressed that we just didn't get the hint. Wouldn't be surprised. Hey, we got another story. What do we get this time? Probably someone's eye get poked out if we had to guess, because that seems to be a common theme. A long time ago, even before the Russians came to the Aral Sea, a Kazakh hero, Utim Batir, rode on horseback with six of his companions near Orsk. If we butcher all of these words, we don't speak Russian, we would love to, but we are not very good at learning a language. With his sharp eyes, Utim Batir noticed a tall man standing on the mountain far away, tending to his sheep. He rode closer and, to his horror, realized that before he was a giant, due with one eye in the middle of his forehead. Oh right, we have to WASD. The riders turned their horses in fear and tried to escape, but alas, the giant easily caught up with them, tied the unfortunates up with their hands behind their backs, and drove them home with the herd. With a herd. Then Duchus, the fattest of the prisoners, felt him all over, turned aside a huge stone that served as a door, and dragged his victim inside the cave. Soon, the people outside heard a desperate scream. Utim Batir exclaimed, "Du stabbed our comrade," and that was the truth. When Du drove all the prisoners into the cave, they saw their comrade cut into two parts. Both pieces had been put on an iron spit and were roasting over a fire. Du blocked the entrance with a huge stone and sat all the others near the campfire. Du himself lay down on the other side, pressing his feet against the stone. It was plain he wanted to rest while the human meat was roasting. Once the giant fell asleep, Utim Batir said to his companions, "The same fate awaits us, so bite through my ties with your teeth and free my hands. I know what to do." When Utim Batir's command was carried out, he freed his comrades, and together the prisoners tried to move the stone that blocked the exit. The stone was so big that the task proved impossible. Then Utim Batir came up with the following idea. He took the meat of the spit, put the spit in the fire, heated it, and stuck it into Du's one eye. As we said. Awakened in pain, the blinded giant began thrashing about in rage and kicked the stone away from the exit. The prisoners took advantage and ran away. It's in the name of the game, right? Run-eyed Likho, but it's still... So we need another key. We don't know what to do. We don't know where we left off. Why was it lagging just now? That was a game. That was not OBS or anything. It was just a game. We had that, right? We got the key from there. Maybe there was more here. We just didn't do that.
Гляди, красота! Вот тот лес темный, тут огненная река, там дерево какое-то, а луна-то...
The incantation, all those who followed the path of the right knew the secret words. They had learned them by heart on starry nights, whispering to themselves, passing them down to the children in the darkness. I heard and remembered the words. Now I knew the ancient magic too. Behold the eye of the Lord. You have guests. I think, my dear, we have a guest. Oh, we love that musical. It's the coolest musical we've ever seen, and we saw a lot of musicals back in the day,
Вид хороший.
right? Even though it's black and white, but still.
Пойдем вправо. Глянем, что там за разрушенный купол.
Is that where we came from? Huh? Oh. The blinding. Did we... No, we didn't read that, right? The shades were following the steps of the ancient rite, and I followed them. The colder the temple became, the more monstrous the ride. Its shine faded, like gold covered with snow. The shades found the threads of life that could lead them back to the original worlds, but the threads were destroyed in the mistress's gaze, trapping them in her frozen abode. Performing the rite would require first averting her stare, and there was only one way to do that. Starlight glinted on the golden blades. Of course, they stabbed their eyes out. We have to get one more key, and we don't know where, because we might have done things weirdly out of...
Добраться можешь до того рычага?
Да тут лаз подходящий. Сей момент.
Might not have been in there.
Готово!
So this is where we get the...
Вот так кузница. Ох, расскажу, не поверят.
Ну и жара здесь. Снега как не бывало. Гляди, на кузне форма для ключа. Кажись, для медного.
Да с этим я управлюсь. Только тут второй половины этой формы нет. Ну, иметь нужна.
Думаю, все должно быть поблизости. Запасливая это лихо.
Чтобы ключ сковать, нужна руда и вторая часть формы. Не подходит. Так не пойдет.
That's a mold? Ah.
Одноглазое лицо.
Это лихо, не иначе.
Из лиц этих льется раскаленный камень. Узоры чудские. Давняя работа, древняя.
If those are chat carvings, then let's make some chat carvings. Oh,
Часть формы для выплавки.
but does this say heart and sacrifices? Snake and feather? Huh?
А вот и руда медная. Металл есть. Не подходит.
How do we...
Одноглазое лицо.
Это лихо, не иначе.
Часть. Чтобы ключ сковать, нужна руда и вторая часть формы. Так не пойдет.
But what do we do? We can't find any more items. Usually it's in the same room.
Присядь, отдохни. Тихое место это трапезное, спокойное. Можем тут поговорить, если надумаешь.
Это про что с тобой говорить?
Да хоть про ковку железа, хоть про убранство. В храме полно диковинных предметов. Взять вот эту свистульку с медведем. Ну, о чем хочешь побеседовать?
Ну и что это за свистулька медвежья?
Черт его знает.
А я догадываюсь, что это. Это игрушка кого-то, кто был здесь до нас.
Неужто ребенок? Жуть какая. Без этой свистулькой. Если захочешь обсудить что-то диковинное, приноси. Ну, о чем хочешь побеседовать?
Вон какой предмет необычный.
Это ритон. Кубок такой. Думаю, греческий. Помнишь первую сказку? Тоже ведь греки. И овцы там были. Много историй. Они все из головы у меня не идут. Я вот думаю, о чем они, эти сказки? Какой в них смысл?
Они про испытания. Сильный всегда уходит от лиха. Во всех сказках по-разному. Но и похоже все опять-таки.
То-то, может, это от сказки зависит. Или у них всех смысл один? Кто его задал? Тот, кто рассказал, или кто записал? Или она обретает смысл, когда ее слушают? Вот если я расскажу...
Ты ж помер.
Ну и что? Может, и это не важно. Может, уже и слушатель помер.
Ай, тебя послушать, так все мертво. Понять, конечно, можно.
Угу. Ну, о чем хочешь побеседовать?
Череп нашел одноглазый. Родня лиха, что ли?
Может, и родня, а может, и сложнее все. Да и лихо, думаешь, оно мертвое?
Сам как думаешь?
Что, я
Hard to
теперь
say.
знаток мертвецов? С чего бы это? Я вот думаю, оно мертво. Ну, потому что все вокруг отмирает. А оно тут вроде как государь.
Мертвая царица.
Но я вот что думаю. Если мы все мертвы, можем ли и воскреснуть? Если так, я тоже в этом клубочке. Выбраться бы. Поможешь мне?
Ладно, если смогу.
Не ожидал. Ой, может, не зря я с тобой пошел. Ну, о чем хочешь побеседовать?
Okay,
Гляди, Нашел штуковину эту, а страницу кто-то до меня забрал.
Ага, ценная, небось. Что на этих страницах? Небылицы?
Все про лихо похоже.
Я ж говорю, царица-государица по всем землям ходит.
Или ходило.
Ну да, мертвецам с этим делом сложнее. А если мы воскреснем, оно стало быть тоже? Может, не стоит эти замки отворять?
To stop unlocking these.
Ты как
Так.
думаешь, кузнец?
Не знаю. Как еще отсюда выбраться?
Другой дороги нет.
Может, и не будет ничего. Мертвым к живым путь заказан.
Так-то оно так. Эх. Ну, о чем хочешь побеседовать?
Знаешь, что за книга? Похоже на мою.
Думаю, не случайно это. Все эти сказки, они тут откуда, думаешь?
All those tales, where did they come from? Haven't you wondered?
Ты тут, кузнец?
Может, оно собирает их. И сказки, и мертвецов.
Hi, Cece.
Хорошее увлечение, необычное. Может, это от других его гостей осталось? Ну, с незапамятных веков. Вот побывал у него кузнец вроде тебя, а оно возьми и запиши все в книгу.
Это ведь не оно придумало. Это народ сказывает.
Значит, вышел кто, рассказал, потом еще кто передал, так и пошло.
То не сказка была бы, а побывальщина.
Ну, прошли века, вот и сказка стала. Вот если выберешься,
Это как это, если?
да я к чему, расскажешь, как лихо повидал. И слово твое пойдет гулять, станет сказкой.
Не думал об этом.
Сказки, они, видишь, как кафтан.
Much love, Cece. On her way to work. Hope you have a safe drive to work.
Это как?
Сначала жизнь. Это как с овечки шерсть срезаем. Потом бывальщина. Это мы ниточку тянем в клубок. А потом сказка. Это нитки сплетаем на станке в узор изукрашенный. А потом сказываем. Это уж кафтан кроем. Ну, о чем хочешь побеседовать?
Пока нечего обсуждать.
Найдешь что интересное? Приноси. Слушай, кузнец, хорошо сидим. Может, разомнемся игрой в бабки?
Тут, в бабке,
Да есть одно местечко. Пойдем покажу. Избушка, избушка. Отвори воротца. Ага, открывается. Пойдем вниз.
How are we? Not as depressed as we used to be.
Видишь, тут ларец. Обыграешь в бабки, тогда скажу пароль. Не забыл правила?
расскажи-ка.
Кидай битку
Better than last time, for sure.
У тебя 3 броска. Собьешь 7 бабок за 3 броска. Победа твоя. Четыре сбито. Одна осталась.
Yes!
Поздравляю! Победа за тобой! Я уже вытащил обещанную.
Hi, Multi.
Она вон на той бересте.
How are you doing? Didn't ask earlier. O good sons of Argus, Brontes, Sterobes, your anus and Guy are your ancestors. Your element is fire. Great smiths of lightning and thunder, compatriots of whatever that is, names? Polyphemus. Your eye is the sun, your herds are plenty, like clouds before thunder. Let your people live forever, let your children know no evil. Yeah, and your anus, you're the master of butt cheeks. What's the number? Did he say something?
В следующий раз попадешь. Еще 5 собьешь и не каждый же день выигрывать.
We didn't like.
В следующий раз попадешь. Сбил 3 штуки. Попробуй еще раз.
Like he told us the solution before, right? Let's try that. Oh, 2, 3, 6. That's not what I meant. Okay, 2. No. Oops, what are we doing here? 9, 6. We wanted to do it like the we win that game way, because oops. We looked up the code because we're not willing to do that again. We won legitimately and the game just like was like, oh, you know. The Kingdom of Babel. He walked for a week, he walked for a month, he walked for a year. These boots are made for walking, huh? Then one fine morning, came to an open field, and in that field stood a giant, enormous house. He sat down on a rock and thought to himself, who lives here? A Tsar or some foul fiend? A man can die but once. Let's go and test my luck. He went in, wandered through the halls. No one inside. He started tidying up a spot for himself, then slipped under the stove where he wouldn't be seen. Suddenly, he heard footsteps outside. The whole house trembled. They entered the hall. The house began swaying from corner to corner. The doors creaked open, and a voice boomed. Foo, foo, foo! Barsukov, you bastard! You have wronged my sister. For that I'll give you a cruel death. A man entered. Barsukov threw himself down and pleaded, please, stranger, spare me. I'll be your slave and servant till death. The man relented, softened, and let him be. Now Barsukov spoke again. I've come a long way. I'd like something to eat and drink. Go then, said the man. To the back room, fetch my jug of wine, a tubful for me, a modest glass for yourself. Well, he said, I couldn't bring a whole tubful for you, let alone a jug. You shit, the man replied. Everybody shits. Instantly he jumped up, scurried away, and grabbed the jug of wine, the tub, and a regular teacup. Then he poured the wine into the tub for himself, and into the cup for Barsukov, and drank. They got drunk and started talking. It turned out the old man was a fighter, and had been away dueling opponents. You know, Barsukov, he said, no one in the world has bested me. I have one bane. The sight in my right eye is poor. At that, Barsukov said, I could heal it for you, but I'll need to tie you up first. Yeah, what's coming next? You're a strong man. When the pain comes over you, you could tear me apart. The old man had a yard full of goats. I have 3 rawhide strips, he replied. and an iron bat chained to the wall. The old man lay on the bat, and Barsukov tied him with one of the strips. The old man had already locked the doors and gates tight. When Barsukov finished tying him, he said, "Try to move. We'll see if the bonds hold." The old man stretched out, and the strip tore apart. "No, that's no good," said Barsukov. "You'll tear me apart when the pain comes over you. The other two are over there." "Tie me up with both at once," replied the old man. He took those and tied him up once more. "Stretch out again." He stretched and strained, but couldn't break them. Barsukov searched the rooms and found a hunk of lead, a bucket, and a scoop. He melted the lead and came back to the old man. "Open your good eye and watch me heal you," he said. The old man opened his left eye. He poured the hot lead into it. The old man screamed in pain, ripping apart the rawhide strips. Now he was blind in both eyes. Barsukov ran out into the yard. Every goat screamed, "Here, here, Grandpa, here he is!" when he tried to hide under their bellies. The old man was getting tired. He ran over to each screaming goat, but Barsukov would already be gone. Then, in a rage, he started throwing the goats over the fence. Barsukov realized there were not many goats left in the yard. "So he'll throw everyone out and then go for me." He spied a big, woolly kid. He scrambled under his belly and grabbed his fur tightly. The kid cried, "Grandpa, I'm holding him! I'm holding him!" The old man grew even angrier, ran to the kid, grabbed it, and threw it along with Barsukov over the fence. Barsukov felt sick and dizzy, but it was a small price to pay. He got up, dusted himself off, and said, "Well, you crooked old dog, here I am." That's what Barsukov was like. "Now look here, when you get to the Tsar, give him this knife as a gift from me." And the old man replied, "What are you up to, you crooked dog? I can do it. You just keep your distance. Stay 100 meters away." The old man jabbed the knife into a tree and backed off 100 meters. Barsukov came up to the knife and admired its rich ornamentation. It was covered in gold and gems. He saw that the knife was magical, and he couldn't just take it in his hands. So he tried with just his little finger and seized it. The knife screamed, "I got him, Grandpa! Come at me once!" Come at once. Barsukov realized his peril. He was stuck fast, and the old man was almost upon him. He remembered his own knife on his belt. So he sliced off half of his little finger, saying, "Here, you crooked dog. That's quite enough for you."
Похоже на те статуи с острова. Думаю, стоит расспросить портного. Хорошая кузница, только ковать нечего. Нужна форма и металл. Не подходит.
What do we do with this thing? I don't understand what you do with that.
С лиц этих льется раскаленный камень. Часть формы для выплавки.
Oh. Hard and oh, okay, so. And that gives us what?
Со второй половиной смогу сделать
Ah!
медный ключ.
It's a second part of it, okay. That makes sense.
Чтобы ключ сковать, нужна рука. Ага, форма для плавки есть. Ну, думаю, сгодится.
Конечно, сгодится. Навье лучше некуда. Отлично. Медный ключ у нас. Сразу пойдем отворять.
We love to bully him. He got us into this mess, you know?
Что? Это никакой не выход?
Еще есть, но скоро, скоро.
Стой! Куда?
Разве можно бросить обряд? Вспомни, что завещали предки. Ты увидишься с ним. Ты готов, кузнец? Кузнец! Кузнец!
Кузнец! Ты его разбудил. Ты нашел все ключи и отворил ими врата. Теперь пожинай плоды. Вот око Господне. Оно идет, оно близко. Полая спина мясо размокла. Ломкие кости и спина червями изъедена. Стражница огненной реки. У тебя гости! Лихо! Услышь меня во тьме могилы. Вставай во мраке, внемли древнему заговору. Выползай из земли сырой через кладбищенские ворота, через темный лес за реку под черной луной. Лихо! У тебя гости!
У тебя гости! У тебя гости! У тебя гости! У тебя гости! У тебя гости! Да, гости! У тебя гости! У тебя гости! У тебя гости!
Сначала накорми меня.
Нельзя говорить с голодным. Открой светлые очи. Узри тризну великана.
Здравствуй, бабушка. Мы пришли ночевать к тебе.
Хорошо, ты вовремя. Ты прошел сквозь чрево мертвеца, разгадал мои загадки. Пришло время воскреснуть и принести огонь в мир живых.
Хватит с меня загадок! Сила бесовская! Развяжи веревку!
Ты лишь одного хочешь выбраться. Твой путь предначертан тысячами твоих отцов.
Thank you, Multi.
Пришли здесь до тебя и вышли уже другими. Взгляни на меня, кузнец. На левом плече месяц ясный, на правом солнце красное.
Вот и повидались с тобой. Я просто хочу выбраться.
Ты мертв навек и навек погребен, а воскреснешь лишь через жертву, но другим не как было.
Да что уж там, бабушка. Готов я.
С тобой вдохнем мы сил, старинные слова, и вновь пойдет по избам о старых днях предание. Зато тебе я дам венец из золота заката, что властью старых царств тебя навеки одарит.
Would like to just
Не надо
leave.
мне, бабушка.
Неужто не хорош тебе дар? Ты полон новых дум, что древний смысл прячут. Забыл твой род, извечное значение, когда ты вновь о виденном своешь, поймет ли сын твое предание, чтоб новым кузнецам помочь? Дарю тебе младенца из золота чудского, что знает столько сказок, что и ночей не хватит. И толк в них всех он понимает.
Да куда мне ребенок?
Знаешь дар, как некогда другому дарю тебе кольцо из золота понтийцев. В темнейший час оно прольет свечение и словом ободрит. Ты с ним в тумане и в ночи не сможешь затеряться.
We feel this is a test, so
Да мне одно только надо.
Свободы, пусть волею твоей продолжится предание. Найдешь еще один великий дар. Сейчас же завершим обряд, как и пристало. Кузнец, что умеешь делать, ковать?
Да все умею.
Скуй мне глаз.
that was a test. Not falling for that.
Скуй мне глаз.
Хорошо. Да есть ли у тебя веревка? Надо связать тебя, а то ты не дашься. Я бы тебе вковал глаз.
В моем храме есть все.
Oh,
Не подходит.
now we have to poke her eye out.
Видишь, вытаращился.
There's one eye. So 1, 2, 5. 5.
Что за деревяшки?
What is this supposed to tell us? Oh. We have no idea how you're supposed to read that as a hint. Because we assume that is one.
Старое дерево. Мило.
How do you read that puzzle? Oh, okay, okay. This is that doesn't tell you the code, that just tells you how to get the code. So far that has been different. The blinding, yeah, of course, because every story says that, so we have to do that to her now.
Эй, кузнец, я тут, внизу.
Что за заговоры?
Без всего этого не пробраться. Оно тебя не сожрало ведь?
Но...
Тихо, а то услышит. Чтобы выбраться, нужно завершить обряд. Вяжи ее, а я же покрепче поищу.
Ну-ка, бабушка, повернись, а. Ну нет, бабушка, это не годится. Нашел что покрепче?
Сейчас.
Now we have to do exactly what the stories also did.
Повернись-ка, бабушка.
Злодей! Теперь еще не уйдешь!
Now the one-eyed Likho became the zero-eyed Likho.
Скорее, пока оно нас не учуяло.
Well,
Оно направилось к выходу выпускать овец. Это наш шанс, оно ослепло. Может, проберешься?
He's letting the sheep out, okay. The fleece. To leave the temple was to return to life. I saw the shades hunting down living animals in the faraway Tsardom. From their pelts, they wove new threads of life and used them to fashion a new guise for themselves. Should you don one, the mistress of the animals would let you out of the temple. Now each shade had not just a single thread, but a whole new fabric woven from them, a great woolly cloak, and was able to follow whatever thread they liked. This is the chief gift of the mistress of the animals. This great, newfound, stunning freedom. You will find kinship among the maimed.
Внизу огненная река Смородинка. Она течет между мирами. Значит, по ней ты сможешь выбраться в мир живых. Только вот выход из храма охраняет Лихо. Нам придется что-то придумать, обмануть его. Кажись, есть у меня одна мысля. Я уже слышу песни овец.
What? We get out of here. Finally. Prometheus, this is my last message. I can't go any further. I can't thaw the ice of the river of fire. But my efforts were not in vain. Now I know that the all-consuming flame will follow in my steps. You must walk the ancient path to the end. Share your knowledge with the world of the living. Let the river of fire burn forever. Let the temple shine in gold once again. As for me, I can hear the steps, her steps now. The chiming bells tells of her coming. We didn't get the one story because we didn't... So it's 1131? Oh, 1137. Whoops. The one-eyed ogress. Once there lived a smith, and he was walking late one evening. It got dark, and he went into a house. The house was empty. No one home. He climbed on the stoba and waited for someone to come. Then a woman came by with some sheep. Many sheep, a whole flock she was driving. He didn't know what to do. He started thinking what to do. And she said, I shall eat you. Eat you. Thus they passed the night. The next day, the woman began to... Oh! No, never mind. This is read, I shall eat thee. Because... Yeah, it's a old English thing that the Y was used for TH before... They didn't have the letter Thorin, and TH was not a standard yet, so they used Y as a substitute. So it's, I shall eat thee. Thus they passed the night. The next day, the woman began to drive the sheep out. So he said, let me go. Don't eat me. I'll fashion thee an eye. He had only one eye, she did. All right, he said. He made a fire, heated an iron stake, and said to her, open your eye. And he bashed the hot iron stake into her good eye. She screamed and went completely blind. Then she said, that's it, the villain. I won't let thee go in one piece. Then she started letting the sheep out. So he took his fur coat, turned it around with the wool facing out, and put it on. He began grabbing the sheep one by one and throwing them out of the house. It was the smith's son. He grabbed him and threw him out. That's how our smith escaped. All these stories are really weird, but they have one common theme.
Вот и станок. Оно ждет тебя за той дверью.
Знаю. Так просто не выпустят.
Я сошью тебе баранью шкуру, но на то мне нужна их шерсть. Иди постриги их, да только смотри, чтоб тебя не сцапало. Там и живые, и мертвые овцы. Мне нужна шерсть живых. Из 30-го царства не выбраться с нитками из мертвячьей шерсти.
Деревянная ботала. Не стоит шум разводить.
Did that do anything?
Мертвая не подходит.
Кузнец шалопут, не уйти тебе от пут. Ты лишил лиха глаз и поплатишься сейчас. Бе-бе-бе, брызнет кровь, душу ты свою готовь. Лиха очень хочет есть, это тебе бебе месть.
Выходи. Поужинаем.
Go, 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 go. Oh, that sucked ass.
Еще шерсти. Скоро справимся. Еще нужно подстричь 2 овец.
2 more? Are you kidding? You are aware that she almost killed us here. We even need to find more sheep.
Закипит чан с водой, скоро будет пир горой. Лихо станет пировать, твои косточки глотать. Бе-бе-бе, бездной глаз, тьму увидишь ты сейчас. Бе-бе-бе, гаснет свет, и тебе спасения нет.
Отлично. Скрою тебе шкуру. Со мной выберешься.
Oh, of course, with the rib cage and the skull.
Портной.
Знаешь, эта шерсть вмещает одного. Может, мне отдашь?
Should we give it to him?
Умолк-то? Что умолк-то?
Послушай,
We can do that for another time, we think.
Ладно. Куда мне воскрешаться? Посмотри на меня. Ты меня схоронил еще тогда, в колодце. И все-таки хорошо, что я пошел с тобой. Ведь шил свой царь-кафтан. Вот он. Лучше него и правда не сыщешь. Ты не думай, что я зря хвалюсь. Ведь у тебя была одна нить, а теперь вон их сколько. Целый кафтан. Выбирай, какую хочешь. Богатство, счастье, истина. Что бы ты ни искал, на это найдется нить. Ухватись за подходящую и следуй за ней, как за волшебным клубком. А за меня не переживай. Мы нашли его храм, разгадали загадки, отыскали 3 ключа. Многое сделали, но я не боюсь разлуки. Мы еще встретимся. Иди и выйди перерожденным. Прощай, прощай, кузнец.
We can do the second ending sometime and see what happens if we agree to let him out. Who is Smith? We are the Smith. The tailor was.
прощай, Лихо. Натерпелся я от тебя, Лихо. А, теперь ничего не сделаешь.
Постой! Еще дотерпишься! Ты не ушел!
Черт!
Oh fuck. I have to run! Oh no, oh no. Oh fuck. Oh hell no. Woman, leave us alone. The great sacrifice.
Огромное дерево.
One-eyed Likho. Once upon a time there was a smith. Well, now, says he, I've never seen any grief. They say there's evil in the world. I'll go and seek me out evil. So he went and had a goodish drink, and then started in search of evil. Then he met the streamer. On the way he met a tailor. Good day, says the tailor. Good day. Where are you going? Asked the tailor. Well, brother, everybody says there's evil on earth, but I've never seen any, so I'm going to look for it. Let's go together. I'm a thriving man too, and I have seen no evil. Let's go and have a hunt for some. Well, they walked and walked till they reached a dark, dense forest. In it they found a small path, and along it they went along the narrow path. They walked and walked along the path, and at last they saw a large cottage standing before them. It was night. There was nowhere else to go to. Look here, they say. Let's go into that cottage. In they went. There was nobody there. All looked bare and squalid. They sat down and remained sitting there some time. Presently, in came a tall woman, lank, crooked, with only one eye. Ah, says she, I have visitors. Good day to you. Good day, grandmother. We've come to pass the night under your roof. Very good. I shall have something to sup on. Thereupon they were greatly terrified. As for her, she went and fetched a great heap of firewood. She brought in the heap of firewood, flung it into the stove, and set it alight. Then she went up to the two men, took one of them, the tailor, cut his throat, crossed him, and put him in the oven. Meantime, the smith sat there thinking, what's to be done? How can I come out of this alive? When she had finished her supper, the smith looked at the oven and said, Granny, I'm a smith. What can you forge? Anything. Make me an eye. Good, says he. But have you got any cord? I must tie you up, or you won't keep still. I shall have to hammer your eye in. He went and fetched two cords, one rather thin, the other thicker. Well, he bound her with the one which was thinnest. Now then, Granny, says he, just turn over. He turned over and broke the cord. That won't do, Granny, says he. The cord doesn't suit. He took the thick cord and tied her up with it famously. Now then, turn around, Granny, says he. He turned and twisted, but didn't break the cord. Then he took an awl, heated it red hot, and applied it to her eye, a sound one. At the same moment, he caught up a hatchet and hammered away vigorously with the back of it at the awl. He struggled like anything and broke the cord. Then she went and sat down at the threshold. Ah, villain, she cried, you shan't get away from me now. He saw that he was in an evil plight again. There he said, thinking, what's to be done? By and by the sheep came home from a field, and she drove them into her cottage for the night. Well, the smith spent the night there too. In the morning she got up to let the sheep out. He took a sheepskin pelisse and turned that word we never heard before, and turned it inside out so that the wool was outside, passed his arms through his sleeves, and pulled it well over him, crept up to her as he had been a sheep. He let the flock go out one at a time, catching hold of each by the wool on its back and shoving it out. Well, he came creeping up like the rest. He caught hold of the wool on his back and shoved him out. But as soon as she had shoved him out, he stood up and cried, Farewell, Likho. I have suffered much evil at your hands. Now you can do nothing to me. Wait a bit, she replied. You shall endure still more. You haven't escaped yet. The smith went back through the forest along the narrow path. Presently, he saw a golden-handled hatchet sticking in a tree, and he felt a strong desire to seize it. Well, he did seize that hatchet, and his hand stuck fast to it. What was to be done? There was no freeing it anyhow. He gave a look behind him. There was Likho coming after him and crying, "There you are, villain. You've not got off yet." The smith pulled out a small knife, which he had in his pocket, and began hacking away at his hand. He cut it clean off and ran away. When he reached his village, he immediately began showing his arm as proof that he had seen Likho at last. "Look," says he, "that's the state of things. Here am I," says he, "without my hand. And as for my comrade, she's eaten him up entirely." And that's the end of this fairy tale. Okay.
О, черт, не отцепи!
Вот ты, злодей, и не ушел.
О, черт! Ой! Рассвет! Что это?
You would die from, like this, you would die from blood loss very soon. Soon you would pass out and then... No. You don't last like this very long. The best way in this situation would probably like get something very hot and burn it off. That hurts like shit and you probably pass out, but otherwise you bleed to death.
Лихо.
You know, that's the thing with such things when they do that in games. It does not work really like that. And with how slow he's going, yeah. With how, like, if you cut your hand off, like, let's say you would need to. You have to stop that bleeding very soon or you will pass out and then you bleed to death while I'm being unconscious. You die and don't even notice it. So, really, and considering like probably what time he lives in, like the best option you have is probably to just like get some hot iron and just like some hot pan and just burn it off. You know, so that it's like you probably pass out from that because it hurts like shit, like cutting off your hand already. If you even get to do that, then otherwise you just bleed to death. That is just. You know? With a finger, that's a bit different. Like you can try to put some, but even then, like a finger alone, you have to bandage it very well so that the bleeding stops at some point, and then you have to keep the wound clean and stuff like. It's not that easy as they always show that in the movies and in the game. Let's say we had surgeries before, and they also had to, you know, they also had to constantly check if everything was healing properly, if the bleeding stopped and stuff like that. and that were controlled surgeries in clinics. Now imagine if you do that just like in the wild and you just like cut off your hand like, oh no no. First, that hurts like shit if you even like, if you hack multiple times, like most would just like stop at the first, it would be like, ah, you know, because it hurts like shit. And then after that, you have to stop the bleeding very soon, otherwise you have a problem. And then depending on how much you bled, you have then a problem of anemia. So you have to then also like keep yourself fed and like, you know, eat properly, get your nutritions in so your body can recover, restore the blood you lost and stuff like that. There is so much involved, keeping the wound clean, disinfected, la 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 la. And there is so much to it that fiction is always depicts it a little bit easier than it actually is. Little bit.